We're back, dear viewers, with yet another game from the New York City, where Levy Rosman, also as we know him by another name, Gotham Chess, where he plays in his fourth tournament after the return to the competitive chess. So in May, he announced that Levy is once again pursuing the hunt for the GM title. And in the New York tournament, the plan was probably, or still is, we're going to talk about it a bit later, was to get the GM norm, which would require Levy to score 7 points out of 9. It's a closed round-robin tournament. 10 players are invited. 3 of them are Grandmasters. And by the way, one of them Levy faces today in this round. But when we look back at the start of the tournament, I'm pretty sure that all of you already know that the first 2 rounds for Levy, unfortunately, were not great. So the very first round Levy played against Jurabek Ambrakolov. Somehow he didn't really get in the game. He got a very nice position after the opening. Then he got outplayed. He had a chance to save the game, but he did not. So it was a logical loss. And now earlier today, like a couple of hours ago, Levy was playing his second round game against a young talent from United States, James Chirilov, who also is a fellow streamer, goes by the name of Chessbraniac Live. Levy was winning at some point. The position was pretty complex and he missed it. And after that, the young American just played very, very precise chess in the time scramble. And unfortunately, Levy lost the second game as well. So that's the current situation. 0 points out of 2. Terrible start. It is what it is. But life continues. So this is the road. And in case somebody was thinking that the road is going to take like half a year or year, no, it's a longer road. Obviously, Levy has a lot of things he still needs to work on. So in these tournaments, not only he is attempting to get the GM norms or the rating, but also the very important experience. So there's always that, right? He's playing against very good opponents, young talents and seasoned veterans. So it's an experience. All right, let me see if I can get you the video feed. Just a sec. Let me see if it is ready. Just a second. All right. Here we go. So what is the setup we're using? So all the incoming moves and the video feed, they come with a 15-minute delay. I get the live video feed from my end, but so that we are synchronizing the moves I'm getting and the video, from time to time, I will have to manually synchronize the video feed with the chessboard. So I apologize, there's nothing better I can do. And I hope that it won't really interfere with the viewing experience, and we are gonna get a chance to follow Levy in action, playing some pretty good chess. So in round 3, he faces Mark Paragua, an experienced grandmaster from Philippines. I played actually not against Paragua. I think we played the same age group a long time ago in World Youth Championships. Oh my goodness, when I say like that, I feel pretty old. So he's something like 41 or 42 years old, not really sure. So we played the same age group. And I remember him, he was not very tall, but very energetic player. And at some point, it seems that he moved to live to New York City, where the tournament is held. The playing venue is Marshall Chess Club, honoring the name of one of the founders of the club, Frank Marshall, a legendary American chess player, many times American champion. And it's also one of the oldest chess clubs in the United States, founded in 1915. So the tournament situation for both players is diametrically different, because if Levy started with 2 losses, for Paraguay it's 2 victories in a row. In the first round, he defeated one of the title seekers, Lion Putnam, young talent from United States. In the second round, he beat Igor Kovalchuk, the lowest seeded players right now. The Philippine Grandmaster is doing well. And for Levy, well, Levy needs to find a way to improve his game. So we chatted briefly after round 2, and he was, pretty composed with his thoughts. He was not like unhappy, etc. He was definitely super disappointed, you could tell, but he immediately pinpointed the mistakes that he felt that he did, like that obviously, again, the calculation is an issue that we have to work on this. We already know that. We're going to work on this pretty seriously after the New York tournament and then in the coming months, obviously. And also, he relaxed a bit. When he played his move b6 against Chirilov, he said that he thought the game is like definitely going his way, and then he missed a move from Chirilov, and after that, everything just went downhill very quickly. So it happens. Now you can see the players are having some smiles, and mainly what I told to Levy is just breathe. Life is good. So this is the road. Obviously he knows all of these things, but I think it's important to remind it from time to time. And nobody really expected that Levy's going to do it so quickly. So be ready. The time control for the game, as usual, is 90 minutes for the entire game, plus 30 seconds per every made move. So this means it's a long game. And the first 2 rounds were running on average slightly less than 4 hours. So it's not going to be fast chess. It's not going to be a lot of action. And this is going to give me an opportunity to answer some of your questions. Yeah, by the way, I can answer the immediate question. Arthurs, is it not the nighttime? Why am I commentating? Well, geez, I don't know. Somebody has to do it. Why not the coach, right? Actually, I volunteered. I think it's long proven that the coaches never get tired. So I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Worry about Levy. We had, obviously, prep for every single opponent. And against Paraguay, we have a prep. I compiled a list of Paraguay's potential choices. I gave Levy a lot of suggestions, but I'm not sure what he's going to choose, because obviously the start of the tournament might affect this decision making in this game. So what I said to Levy before the game is that simply just play simple positional chess. Try not to overthink it. And by the way, Levy said himself is that he was just not sure where the time is going. His time management is obviously not good, and he is perfectly aware of this, but he just can't explain where it's disappearing. And I said, listen, Levy, you gotta find a perfect balance between intuition and calculation. You just gotta remove certain possibilities to calculate from your radar. It feels it's wrong. Do not try to calculate this. Make a good guess and move on. Yeah, but it's easier to say, and that's why for him, this is also practice. He's practicing. So this is the road, and we're walking it. By the way, I think it's also super important. It was very, very nice to hear from you. You are very nice, supportive comments on YouTube, also later in the chat. Thank you. This means really a lot. Even if Levy doesn't have a chance to respond, I think this is super, super important. All right. The game is delayed for the simple reason it's because of fair play measures. Nowadays, obviously, cheating is a problem, and many tournament organizers, including the organizers of this particular round-robin tournament, they enforce certain security measures, and one of them is the so-called delay of the game's transmission. So this means every single move that's going to be incoming, it already happened 15 minutes ago. So I do have the video feed live, but I'm going to scroll it back 15 minutes. I believe this already is the delayed video, so that it's more or less synchronized. I think I already said that, but pardon me, I mean, it's 1 a.m. here. So if I'm blabbering, I apologize. We discussed with Levy about certain opening choices like knight f3 or c4. So I'm not really sure what indent he's going to choose. Could be English opening, could be Reti. I'm not sure. In New York City right now it's 6 p.m. The second game of the day. I don't think that Levy prepped anything extra before this game. I just basically told him, just get a walk in the park or something, reset your mind, drink some coffee, smile, life is good. You have a lot of supporters. But we'll see. We'll see. It's not going to be easy. This is going to be a tough game. So this is round 3, and in total there are 9 rounds. The GM norm requirements are 7 points out of 9. So, yeah, I mean, technically he could still make it. You know, actually I saw some of the discussions in the chat before the broadcast started. Levy could win 7 games in a row. Yeah, maybe. But I think right now we shouldn't be thinking about this. It's just important to play a good game. Just take one step after another and then see where it leads. All right, so the game is about to start. So the stream is delayed for fair play reasons, but the players' coaches can access real-time video feed. Doesn't that present an avenue for abuse? No, it does not. Piogre is asking this question on YouTube because I'm also watching the same delayed video. I don't have an extra tab with an actual live feed. So I already scrolled it back 15 minutes. I have no information what is happening real time. That's it. I'm in the same shoes as you. All right. By the way, in case somebody missed it, while we were waiting for the start of the game, I was crazy enough to make a recap in between the rounds, so you can go check it out on my YouTube channel. You can find me there by using my username, GM Nations. GM, this 2 letters in front of my last name. It's on my YouTube channel, and I'm posting there all of my video recaps. So make sure to check them out, and I'm pretty sure that Levy is going to post his at some point later. I read some suggestions that maybe there's the move, there's the start of the game. When Levy is playing in a tournament, maybe he should refrain from making recaps when actually playing a tough tournament. We'll see. I mean, you do remember, right? What I said in the very first lesson to Levy. You do remember episode number 3? Maybe, but possibly at some point he will have to make some sacrifices. So at the moment he's trying to do everything at the same time. Do content full time, do not drop everything, but perhaps at some point he's going to have to make some tougher choices. All right, c4, e6. So Levy does stick to the English opening. e6 is Paraguay's response. Now, what do we predict that Paraguay might play? I think this was part of the prep. And also, this is something that Levy already played in the first round against Jurabek Kamrakolov. Levy already made a couple of important observations, things he should have been done differently. So again, I just mainly suggested just play ladder chess. Just play ladder chess, simple chess. And that's it. All right. Yeah, so here Black has some choices. I think that Paragua will play d5. We had some interesting opening ideas for a couple of setups that are not yet fully incorporated because there's so many things to do. And I think that after the New York tournament, I don't think that we're going to focus on any more openings. We're simply going to do more burning, more pressing matters like the calculation and positional chess. I do believe that Levy's opening prep right now is at the GM level, something like 2600 GM level prep. He never gets in trouble in the opening. It's what happens after that. Why the player started with 57 seconds extra? Because there's an extra 30-second increment per every made move. That's why. All right. Yeah, by the way, I'm also reading all the chats, what you're writing there. So at the moment we are broadcasting on the 3 channels. Levy's Twitch channel, Levy's YouTube channel, and my own Twitch channel. So in case somebody wants to find me, again, same username, GM Nexons, or Nexons, it spells correctly. You can find me everywhere. That's my handle. All right, this is exactly already what happened in the aforementioned game against Kamrakolov. And Kamrakolov played bishop d6. So I'm not really sure what Paraguay is going to choose. Maybe he could play c5. He could play b6. He could play bishop e7. He could even play something ridiculous as d-takes on c4. We'll see. There the boss says, please, we need a win. You got it. The idea of this, okay, there you go, b6 immediately. The idea of this setup is that Levy, he is delaying d4. So he often plays b3 and bishop b2, positions the bishop on the long diagonal, and maybe at some point later he pushes d4. There are tricks. So the game against Kamrakolov continued with bishop d6. Levy played b3, b6, and now c takes to d5 was played by Levy. E takes on d5, and I think it was g3 immediately, or was it bishop b2 and then g3? I kind of don't remember the move order. I think it was g3, bishop e7, bishop g2, knight e7, bishop e2, a6, castles here, rook c1, rook e8, rook e1, etc. I could show the entire game, but it doesn't matter. And I don't think that Levy would really mind to repeat the same line. So Paraguay plays b6, and this is something I discussed with Levy, is that as soon as black plays b6, this is when you want to take c takes on d5. Why is this? Because imagine this, I'm going to show you like a typical scenario from Queen's Gambit decline. Let's say d4, d5, c4, e6. Let's say knight f3 and black plays c6, the so-called triangle. Why nobody is playing c takes on d5 here? Because black plays e takes on d5. He has a healthy pawn structure. He's going to play a bishop f5, a knight f6, a bishop d6, and show castle and whatnot. He's doing great. So what is supposed to play moves like e3, knight c3, b4, b5, and create a weakness on c6? Let me just show you a couple of moves, etc., etc., etc. Not very precise moves, but I just want to show the idea. So in a nutshell, this is the big idea for white. To play b5, to create a weakness on c6. Let's say black does something like this. And in a chess language, we call it the pawn islands. So white has 2 pawn islands, black has 3. So this means these pawns for black are more vulnerable. This is very important. I mean, understanding this pawn structure. So that's why black plays c6, hints with e takes on d5, and if white doesn't take it, white does something else. Black plays b6, bishop b7, and meets c takes on d5 with c takes on d5. Now, if black in those positions, he decides to skip the move c6, and he plays b6, then you take on d5, and after e takes on d5, you do whatever you do. But now you see, suddenly black has some problems with the queenside pawns. He can no longer set up the same structure. d5, c6, b7, because the pawn on c6 already is the target. This pawn cannot go back. And if black plays at some point, for example, c5, white can take on c5 and create targets. That's the idea. So that's why here Levy here immediately exploits the fact that his opponent is not playing c6, which is a perfectly playable move. So here Paragua decides not to waste time for c6, and that's why Levy immediately takes on d5. So with the idea that after e takes on d5, I think right now he's choosing, okay, he's repeating the same line, g3 and bishop g2. So this means that black cannot put the pawn on b7 back anymore. And if he plays c5, for example, bishop b, let me say, castles, bishop b7, b3, c5, bishop b2, knight c6, then Levy can play d4, take on c5, create weaknesses on the pawn on d5, and now you understand why he put the bishop on g2 and not on e2. Because in these positions, the bishop on g2, let's say you remove the knight, applies much more pressure than from e2. That's it. So in a nutshell, I just told you the theory of the entire system. This idea of g3 and bishop g2 is a very popular continuation of Vincent Keimer, one of the current super talents in the chess world, the #1 German player, and he really likes these setups. Vincent is coached by the legendary Petr Leko, and Vincent really likes to play like b3 and bishop b2 and knight e2 and knight f4. It's really interesting. One of the things that I talk with Levy from the very beginning, I told to Levy, do not be afraid to repeat the lines. It's okay. I mean, it's okay to play the same system over and over and over. Because you're playing with white, you are going to get a very good feel in the position. And your opponent, maybe in the best case scenario, is going to prep the position to equality. But it's okay. And I think that somewhere deep inside, Levy was quite unhappy to repeat the same openings. And that's why he was always repeating, not repeating, he was always trying new stuff. But the problem with this, every single game you try new stuff, you don't have experience. You don't feel those positions. And that's why it's like every single time he's solving a brand new mathematical equation he's never seen before. Like he doesn't know quite the formula for that. And that's why I was saying it's fine. It's fine. You can repeat the same stuff over and over. Maybe, somebody at the highest level like Hikaru, they're going to disagree with me. You can't play like that. You have to surprise your opponent. Yeah, sure, at the top level. I don't argue. Yes, at the Super GM level, I don't really argue about this. Yes, you need to surprise the opponent. You can't really repeat the stuff. Everybody knows everything. But for us, the mortal players, I think it's just fine. Yeah, somebody already wrote, just play the London. Exactly. Just play the London. Play simple chess. Yeah, it seems that Paraguay is avoiding bishop b7. What is the idea? Yeah, I know that it is endorsed by an engine. I wonder what is the problem of b3? Probably no problem. b3, maybe he wants to keep the option to play bishop a6. Bishop a6, d3, knight e7, bishop b2, and knight c5. Okay, whatever, just play knight e1, then play b4. So this is like the top choice of an engine, because Paraguay clearly already saw Levy's game against Kamrakalov. So what? It's okay. Rook e1, Levy now changes the move order. So I think that he's toying with the idea to play d3, e4. I really like it. Look at the speed, by the way. Levy has 1 hour and 28 minutes on the clock, and Paraguay also plays very quickly. Aha. Yeah, now it's pretty obvious that he's keeping the opportunity to play bishop a6 and knight c5. Let me check what is the different path. So bishop g2, castles, castles. Yeah, this is strictly, I just switched on an engine. I'm going to switch it off in a moment. It's still on from the previous round, final time scramble. I switched it on and forgot to switch it off. Yeah. So engine supports not rushing with a bishop on b7 so that there's bishop a6 and knight c5. All right, there you go. I'm switching it off. It just distracts me. Why turn it off? Because it distracts me. That's why. I would like to think myself a bit, and for your convenience, so that you better understand what's going on, the evaluation bar remains on so that you see who is doing better. At the moment, the bar says the position is about balanced. So be it. Nice shirt, coach. Yep, it's one of my favorites. I like it. All right. Let's try to figure out. No, d4, no, not here. d4 you can always play. How about b3? Let's say black plays knight c5. You can't play bishop b2. You don't want to play d4 because this will block your bishop. Okay, actually b3 knight c5 is quite annoying. Can you play d3? d3, e4? So knight c5 now would run into b4. And then b5, let's say black would go somewhere, b5, a4, bishop b2. This looks pretty nice. So most likely black is going to play bishop a6. I don't know. I mean, the same old b3 looks okay. b3, knight c5, and bishop f1 maybe. So the threat is b4, b5. It's okay. Yeah, the tournament schedule for this New York round robin tournament is pretty rough. Double rounds for the next 4 days, including this one. So in the next 4 days, Levy plays 8 classical games against title seekers and against grandmasters. But what can I tell you? That is the road. I mean, unfortunately, there is not going to be any easy opponent. That's not how it works. If it was so easy, everybody would be grandmaster. All right. Levy plays b3. I suppose this is the same. b3, knight c5, and d3. Oh, wait, there's extra opportunity to play bishop f5. So here, here, and here. And if I go here, yeah, this bishop feels much more active on f5 than on a6. No, I mean, it's still completely fine for white, like bishop b2, knight e4, whatever. So, okay, Engine here says, I mean, the bar, that d3 was more accurate, with the idea that if black plays knight c5, now you have b4, that is the big difference. So you force black to play bishop a6, only now you play b3. So if you play b3 immediately, then black plays knight c5, you don't have access to b4, and after d3, black plays not bishop a6, but bishop f5. Okay, yeah. It's a very nice nuance, but ultimately, I don't think it really matters. Isn't queen c2 a natural? Actually, yeah, maybe queen c2 might be also a move. That's a fair point. Whoever said it, thank you on YouTube chat. Appreciate it. So maybe bishop a6 and trade. So how this position should be evaluated? I don't know. Maybe queen d7. It's probably balanced. Levy Starkey keeps yawning. How can you tell that? He's not on the screen. Is my analysis set to the maximum? What do you mean? All right, knight c5 is played. Yeah, I suppose d3 or queen c2. Oh, you mean my own analysis? Is it set to the maximum? I have no idea. We'll see. I mean, it's a middle of the night here. So maybe there's going to be a brain lag at some point. We'll see. I hope not. It's Max after some coffee. Yeah, this is what I'm drinking right now. Thank you. Thank you, Joel. On YouTube, appreciate it. All right. Do you play d3 or do you play queen c2? And what do you do? Yeah, the small inaccuracy here, I don't think it really should matter a lot, but it does change things. I would say d3 feels a bit better. d3, bishop f5, and bishop f1. So you want to play b4 next. Black probably plays a5. Yeah, you see already there the bar doesn't like it, and maybe knight b5, put the bishop on b2. And if you're really bored, you can always play d4. I mean, to get rid of this annoying pressure against the pawn on d3. What's wrong with moving the bishop? I'm going to tell you what's wrong with moving the bishop. So I told Levy, try not to calculate moves that visually make no sense. You don't need to be perfectionist. Just make simpler choices. Trust your gut instinct. I don't think there's a need to spend here like 10 minutes try to understand what's the difference between bishop f1 and d3 and bishop f1 and queen c2. It just feels wrong. You're weakening some light squares around the king. You are also underdeveloping your bishop. So that's why my logic says just cross it out and play something normal as d3. There you go, d3 played very quickly. This is good speed. Does Levy drink only water when playing over the board? I have no idea, to be honest. I suggested him getting coffee, but I got one myself. There's a question, am I going to do commentary until 5? No, correction, until 6. Until 6 a.m. most likely. Yeah, because here in Latvia it's 20 minutes to 2 a.m. Am I proud of Levy? Yes, very much. Nils Hansen just asked that on YouTube. Of course. And I feel like I feel very sorry for him that the start did not go his way. Because obviously I want to see him succeed. I think all of us, we want to see him succeed, right? But we're gonna get there, obviously, so. Alright. Alright, Paraguay, you could blunder the piece here somehow. I don't know, how do you do it? I mean, most likely he's gonna play bishop f5. Bishop a6 looks pretty logical as well. Knight a3 would be a blunder, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Yeah, so right now Paraguay is choosing between these two moves. Levy is trying to play simpler chess. He's trying to play simple, boring chess. Because when the game is not going your way, obviously you are trying to change something. You have to change something. Okay, bishop a6 is played. I suppose Paraguay looked at bishop f5 and he thought, okay, what's the difference? Let me put the bishop on a6. Now I think the difference is that after bishop f1, b4, b5 could be a problem for black. So most likely bishop f5 was necessary. Although I still don't understand, let's say bishop f5, bishop f1, what's the difference? Because white still wants to play b4, and a5, white plays knight b5. But here, I mean, the bishop feels somehow more active, don't you think? Bishop f1, there you go. A great move by Levy. I mean, I really hate it. How the system works, how the chess.com evaluation works. I think they gotta improve it. Like, bishop f1 is the only move in the position to not make things worse than they are. And that's why the system gives it an exclam move. It's just the only move. Okay. I think that there should be like measurement that a great move is really powerful move. And double exclam move is some super deep concept or something. A beautiful sacrifice or something. Can Levy still get the GM norm in this tournament? Yes, theoretically. But he would have to win all the games. Yeah, exactly. A great move should not be a forced move, but something creative. Absolutely. I agree. Sada City writes it on Twitch. I'm with you, my friend. I totally agree. But, you know, it doesn't really matter. Beautiful is hard to measure for a machine. I agree. Yes. '96. So Paraguay, I suppose he wants to play c5. The knight on e6 feels pretty active. I don't know, something like bishop b2 makes sense. c5. I mean, it could be possible here to switch to the idea to play d4. For example, you take on f1, king f1, and you want to take on c5 to create some targets. So this leaves the question, why not d4 immediately? So why not d4 here? Because black is not going to play c5. Black could play something like c6 and play at the king side. So white is going to put the knight on e5, play f4 maybe, but somehow I think there's some logical weakness surrounding the white king. That's why this d4 idea, I think I might be wrong. That's how I treat this position. it works better with the pawn on c5. Like, for example, bishop b2, c5, and now you consider d4, trade, and let's say black does something like this. Now you take it, you threaten to take the pawn, and then you try to play the so-called IQP. Isolated queen's pawn structure. That engine, by the way, likes for black. Weird. Will Levy's opponent go for a draw if Levy is going to play here bishop g2? You know? I think, yeah. I think Paragua would repeat the position. So the question is bishop g2, knight f5, bishop f1, knight e6, bishop g2. I've seen this happen so many times. So for Paragua, he doesn't really need anything in this tournament. So he is the invited grandmaster. And he's giving a chance for other title seekers to play for the norm. So he already scored a couple of victories. So with black, draw, fine, no problem. I mean, I don't think he really minds it. Unless he's like a super fighting guy. But I don't think that Levy really wants to do this. You know, I would completely understand it if they would say, listen, I had such a rough start of the tournament, let me just make a draw here, just get a breather, repeat the position. Everybody would understand it. But I don't think he's going to do it. No, Levy's not going to do it. You know what's one of the reasons? What kind of free cup is he gonna make? I went in with the white color and I made a draw in half an hour. No, I don't think it's gonna happen. Definitely it's gonna be a fight. Nakamura said in his analysis that Levy's issue is that he won't play for wins. Why does he say that? Did you get the feeling that Levy's not playing for the wins, like in any game? No, he is playing for the wins. I haven't seen the recap, so I mean, Levy every single game he is playing for the wins. He has a lot of confidence. Obviously now it's slightly shaken. Sometimes it just doesn't work. But do you think he doesn't want to win players like Paragua or Kamrakolov? He wants to win. He's doing his best. It's just these guys are GMs. They know something about the game of chess. All right. Levy is choosing. I think bishop e2 will be his move. But I mean, sure, he's tempted to repeat. So let's say bishop e2. Wait, now that I'm looking at this, I'm wondering, is there d4? Sacrifice the pawn? Yeah, but it would just create too much complications, right? I was thinking something like this. Take on c3, play bishop b7, knight e5, but A pawn is a pawn, I suppose. Okay, maybe this is ridiculous. So how about c5? But now you can play bishop g2. There's no more knight c5. Let's say rook c8. Maybe now d4. Can you play c4 and knight e5? I think he has to play b3 and bishop. I'm sorry, bishop b2. The only thing I think Levy is seriously considering besides a bishop b2 is indeed to repeat the position. He would never do this at the very beginning of the tournament, but after 2 losses, he might be tempted. And nobody would blame him. Do I ever sleep? Mark is asking on YouTube. No, I do not sleep. Any other questions? If you want to become a GM or achieve any norm, you gotta play for the win. Yes. I agree. All right. Big moment here. Quite unexpectedly after the opening. I think this is a big moment. Is really Levy considering to repeat the position? I mean, 96. You know how we call this in professional chess? You know how we call such moves? A silent draw offer. Okay, maybe in all seriousness, Levy is just considering e4. You know, e4, d takes on e4, and d takes on e4, and bishop f1, and whatever, king f1, and bishop e4. He's looking here and trying to understand what is this. Maybe he's not even considering what I'm talking about. So I somehow don't like this because it doesn't feel that white is ready for this. e4, d takes, bishop f1, and bishop b4. Black is super solid and white can actually misplay this. So bishop b2 is basically the only real move here, and the other move is to repeat the position. So if Levy is going to play bishop b2, it means he has decided to fight on. All right. Now we are going to get a lot of answers in the next couple of minutes. So bishop g2 is played. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. It's just probing. I kind of like want to draw, kind of don't want to draw. What do you want to do? You know, actually, this is a very interesting moment because imagine this. You're playing with black. You're Paraguay, right? And you're thinking, oh, so you want to draw, right? All right, let me think about this. Okay, let me think about this really nicely. So he's going to sit there for something like Half an hour? All right, okay, you got it. I'm going to make a draw. Let's play knight c5. And after bishop f1, knight e6, Levy, boom, plays bishop b2. So why did you just spend half an hour on contemplating about the choice to agree to draw? This is a big part of chess. So we call it like probing. You're probing, you know? You're probing. You're just trying to get some information out of your opponent. Doesn't mean anything yet. It's just very interesting, you know? This is often used at a high level. So even if players are repeating the position a couple of times, it doesn't automatically mean that they're going to agree to a draw. They just want to see your opponent's intentions. What do you want to do? Like, maybe Paraguay is going to think that it is Levy who wants to make a draw. And instead, to avoid repeat the position, he's going to do something else, which actually is Levy's original plan. I hope you picked up whatever I was saying, but this is interesting stuff. If Paraguay intended to draw, wouldn't he move immediately? I don't think he wants to make it obvious. But I'm pretty sure he's going to play knight c5. Okay, maybe something dramatic happens and suddenly Paraguay plays c5. I do not think so. I think it's going to be knight c5. And get back the question to Levy. What do you do? He can play a lot of moves besides knight c5. He can play c5, he can play c6, he can play queen d7, he can play h5, he can play bishop e7, he can play many moves. Levy slowly becoming a walker. Seems so. Yeah, in the previous round, commentary, we were discussing about chess players categorized. I mean, I'm categorizing them. The sitters and the walkers. Those who sit at the board all the time and those who are notorious and always wander around. Maybe I should name them not walkers but wanderers. Sounds a bit better. All right. I think here Paraguay is going to spend like 2 minutes and with a very sad expression play knight c5. I can't read Levy's intentions. He could be just playing mind games here. Black is having the choice of a lifetime to make here. Do you play knight c5 or do you do something else? Yeah, of course there's again bishop b4 and maybe d4 or whatnot. But white has done nothing wrong. Is Levy devastated by those losses? Well, I don't think it's really helped his confidence. So that's why I'm saying if he would make a draw, I would completely understand him. I would understand him. Nobody would blame him. But I think it's a bit too early to tell. We'll see. Interesting moment. A draw would be good for his mental state and not tilt. Yeah, I agree. I agree completely. Because, again, you have to understand it's a longer game. It's a longer run. Yes, in an ideal world, you're always fighting every single game. Do you think I've never made quick draws in my career? Do you think players like Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, they have never made quick draws in their career? All of us have. Dealing with lost games is essential on his way to Grandmaster. Yes. I agree. I agree. By the way, we did not discuss this before the game. I just said to Levy, you just have to play simple chess, so that's it. Yeah, I mean, Paraguay is not yet playing knight c5. I already know what you're gonna do. Time to play it. Do I think Levy would be able to climb back if he fell below 2300? I can only refer to what Levy said himself. Levy said no, he doesn't think so. Now he's rated 2370. Obviously, these two losses throw him back like 8 rating points. It's the same story as in Spilimbergo. Before the final round, he was like -8 or -7. It's not tragic. This hypermodern opening does not really seem to suit Levy. I disagree. I think it suits him. And Levy really likes it himself. But, I mean, everybody has their own opinions. Like, I, by the way, think that his English opening really suits him well. I think that also the Reti is a very good addition. And since Levy is such a big English opening player, he has a very nice opportunity to transpose to some of the d4 setups or knight of 3 setups, to play with either knight of 3 or c4, transpose to some d4 setups by avoiding certain lines. His opening is good. He's worked hard. I mean, actually, you don't see a lot of things that he has done. Sometimes the games do not really, the results do not reflect the input work. So if he had won the second round game, found this winning idea against Chirilov, we would be sitting here with slightly different expectations, wouldn't we? Paraguay is not yet playing knight c5. Is it really considering something else? I'll be surprised if he plays something else besides knight c5. He does play something else. Oh, wow. Okay. That is interesting. He senses something. I'm not sure what he senses, but he senses something. By the way, he does not yet rule out the repetition. Because I can still play with white bishop b2. Black plays knight c5. We go back. Do not get overly excited. Doesn't mean anything. So rook c8 is just a normal move. You want to play something like c5. Why Paragua? You know, and I think this is very interesting. Why Paragua didn't play c5 immediately? I think he wants to keep the opportunity to play knight c5, knight e6, knight c5, knight e6. By putting the rook on c8, he's removing the rook from the long diagonal so that in case there's a pressure like a knight retreat, opponent d5 is not under attack, and after that, the rook on a8. So rook c8 is like a normal move. I think Levy should just play bishop b2 here. It's a nice position. Two fianchettoed bishops. Nice pawn structure. It's some sort of a hedgehog position we have on the board. Again, e4 doesn't feel right. Takes, takes, and bishop b4, like here. Takes, takes, and... yeah, I don't like this. There's some weaknesses like knight c5, knight e3. This is a pin. The pawn is under attack in some lines. Black is pretty active. White has the center, but doesn't feel good. Unless Levy is thinking about something else here. Not bishop b2. What's he thinking about? I don't know. By the way, after bishop b2, knight c5, who says that here after bishop f1, knight e6, he has to repeat the position? He could still continue to play it out. Maybe now e4 works because the knight on c3 is protected. Takes, takes, takes. And something like king f1. Why not? Then this rook c8 feels really strange. It's doing nothing. So Levy plays bishop b2 pretty quickly. I like the speed. Now we are going to get some answers pretty quickly. So Paragua can still play knight c5. Or maybe he already has made up his mind and he's going to play c5. But again, after c5, what about e4? D takes and D takes. If somebody can be better here, it's only white. Center, weird rook on c8. Okay, the knight on e6 is nice. Bishop on d6 is currently jumping under fork. You can always trade off this annoying bishop by bishop f1. No, white is just slightly better. So c5, e4. Does he really want to play d4? Maybe. Could be a move. d4, knight e2, and... okay, whatever is this position. I see the bar slightly prefers black, but... I'm not so sure this is super obvious. White wants to play h3, remove the knight, play 4 e5 at some point. Because the bishop at 4 is going to be jumping under knight g4, knight e3. And black is probably thinking to do something at the queen side. Maybe get to the pawn on d3, but how do you get there? Not at least immediately. So there you go. Last chance for Paraguay to play knight c5, because if he's not going to do it, Levy's going to play queen c2 and rook d1. This opportunity will be gone. So if he wants to be ambitious, he has to play c5. If he is going to play knight c5, we know his ambition. Let me have a look at what's happening here after c5. Did that work with Levy after the last round? No. We just briefly talked. Because after such losses, from my experience, you don't need to work on chess at all. You just need to reset your mind, disconnect from chess a bit, have a nice walk, think about something else, watch a movie or something if you have time. Spend some time with the family, stuff like this. But this is always what I'm saying to Levy after a tougher game. And he always does this. For example, Levy just played a very tense game. Like he played this unfortunate loss in round 1 against Kamrakolov. And he wrote me in the evening, he said, okay, let's work on this line, etc. And I said, listen, just take some rest. You know, morning is usually giving you to make the better choices, the opportunity to make the better choices. Oh, c5 is played. All right, we have a fight. So what I'm suggesting to Levy is that not to make very complex preparations for a game after a tough day. Like if he had a tough game, never do the prep in the same evening. Just rest, worry about the game next morning. I mean, assuming you don't have the game early in the morning. All right. Is Levy going to play e4? It kind of feels that he wants to play e4. And yeah, I don't know. What is this position? Quite tough to understand. I mean, maybe knight e2 makes no sense. Maybe Levy can play knight b1, put the knight on a3 and c4. And then think about h3, f4, e5. Second idea is playing d4 at some point. Maybe not immediately. So Levy could play rook c1, which doesn't really rule out either e4, d4, assuming black cannot play d4 immediately. But maybe black can. So my idea was that if black plays something like h6, I want to play d4. To take on c5, create some weaknesses, and if you play c4, I play something like knight e5. What about knight h4? Knight h4. Yeah, probably black is going to play something like bishop f8 and put the bishop on g7. I don't like this. I mean, if there's no follow-up like knight f5, g6, and now you go back. And now you go back. Black is very solid here and nicely controls the center. So no knight h4. It's either now e4 or maybe d4. d4 looks very tempting. So let's say c takes, knight e4 takes, queen d4, bishop e5, something like this, and d4. Probably somehow equal. But if black plays c4, it imprisons the bishop. Now you can play knight e5, attack the pawn on d5, threaten to take on c4 in some lines. This feels like a Nimzo position. a4 is the top line. With knight b5, maybe, but I would not be looking at a4 to be honest. I think that Levy is choosing here between e4 and d4. The problem why a4, not a problem, but why I'm not so sure about a4 move is just weak as the b4 square for no good reason. And I'm not so sure that this knight b5 is even a threat. There's also the move knight e2. Knight e2 and knight f4. Which doesn't really rule out d4. All I'm hoping that Levy doesn't start to spend here another 20 minutes. Just make a choice and stick with it. Is it possible to repeat again? No, not anymore. We will never know if Levy was alright to repeat the position, or he was just testing. Maybe it was a blunt. There were mind games. So Paraguay immediately said, "Okay, the repetition is not going to happen." All right, we appreciate it. All right, Levy, you're burning a bit too much time here again. So this is move 14. Already half an hour is gone. I have no idea if he's going to play either d4 or e4. Maybe d4. Because this was his alternative choice against Kamrakolov. And in case you remember the game, he opted for something else like a 4, something he regretted later. So I would say if he's going to push one of the central pawns, it's got to be d4. But I mean, Levy, you can't really sit here for, again, for 20 minutes have to make the choice, do some basic calculation, trust your gut instinct, and move on. How is chess allowed coaches to say, make a move already? Yeah, yeah. You know, this sometimes is more or less the case. I mean, you wish you could say that whenever you're playing a team event, for example, you're playing the World Chess Olympiad or you're playing a chess league, and you're watching one of your teammates play. And obviously, you really care for your teammate's result because from his game depends how the match is going to finish. And your teammate, imagine this, is having a time scramble and apparently not really well controlling the clock. And you're standing there and you're watching your teammate not making the move when the clock is ticking. It's just so difficult to watch. And you really want to approach the guy and say, just make a move already. Or like accidentally stumble upon his chair, accidentally. Just make a move, man. We're watching. But okay, obviously you cannot do that. What's the minimum amount of time I want to spend on a move at this level? Letucci mode, Letus mode, I hope I pronounced it correctly. He's asking on Twitch. I'm not sure about a specific move, but I would be paying my overall time usage. So half an hour for 40 moves it's okay, but I hope he makes the choice very soon. No, I don't think that Levy's gonna play a4. I highly doubt it. Hikaru said Magnus's main skill is to know which moves to invest time and which moves to just play. Yes. That's why Magnus is the greatest. Rook c1 is played instead. Okay. Alright. But what about d4 push? Is it not here? Can Black play d4? Because he seems to be perfectly ready for this breakthrough. Everything stands well. So most likely Levy could take it. And take it. And go here. And something like this. I'm not exactly sure. Or maybe take on c1. And then take on e4. I mean, d4 is definitely under Paragua's radar. Yeah, Paraguay is definitely considering the d4 push. The alternative is not to rush and play bishop f8. Bishop f8, g6, bishop g7. Think about d4 push at some point later. But I think he also expects that Levy could play d4. So if he wants to stop d4, he's got to play d4 himself. Takes. Takes, most likely. Keep the knight on e6. Actually, there's knight e2 as well. So hitting the pawn on d4 3 times. So let's say rook c1 and queen c1, bishop d3 and knight e4. Looks so symmetrical. Maybe black can be ambitious and play bishop b4. Takes, takes. Rook goes here. And some sort of a bishop c3. Oh, sorry. Let's not blunder the queen. The pawn is under attack. Knight e5. Knight b4 incoming. Yeah, I mean, definitely d5 makes a lot of sense. I'm wondering if Levy should have played d4 himself. Takes, 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 takes. Oh, wait, what was the line? Maybe he didn't like this one. Something like this. Yeah, everything again disappears. Rook c1. Trade a couple of more pieces. And that's it. All right. Yeah, I think that if Paraguay wants to play d4, he needs to spend here like 10 minutes. So while he's thinking about his life choices, I'm going to make a short break. And I'll be back in a minute. Don't go anywhere. Right, d4 is on the board. Yeah, Paraguay is charging forward. He's fearless. I mean, why not? He has a great start in the tournament. He won the very first 2 games. He feels he's clearly in shape. And also, I think he sensed that maybe Levy is a bit vulnerable with the first 2 losses. So let's see what happens. He takes, and 92. What is this position? Let's say bishop b4. Should I take it or not? I don't understand quite. So take it, queen c8, rook f1, and bishop c3. Yeah, it just feels slightly worse, to be honest. So takes, 92, bishop b4. Maybe okay, maybe not 92, maybe 94 is the move. That mug is suited for drinking tea. Actually, I'm drinking pure water right now from this mug. I already drank so much coffee and tea today. I can't stand it. Yeah, 94 feels a bit safer. 92 is asking for trouble or some knight c5 and 93 ideas. This feels a bit better. So let's say once again, what were the lines? Take it here. Oh, wait, I'm dropping the pawn. Takes. Again, bishop b4. Takes. And rook e5. No, not rook e5. Rook e2. Yeah, we are gonna see. Knight e4. Immediately. That is an interesting move. I didn't consider this. The point is d takes on e3. There's a check on f6. You could do that. He just blunders, not blunders, but weakens the black pawn structure. So takes. d3 could be a move. And whatever is this. Yeah, feels pretty sharp. I could play knight h4, knight f5, or maybe even knight e2. f4, e5, f5. Yeah, it's tough to assess the position. So knight e4 takes is definitely a move. And d takes on e3 is probably somehow balanced. Yeah, I do not like the body language of Levy. Takes. Yeah, these moves just feel very similar. Okay, let me try it again. Knight e2, bishop b4. Probably take it. Rook f1, bishop c3. And knight c5 is incoming. I basically already looked at this. Yeah, Michael Rockford writes on YouTube, I hate having the pawn on d3. About this position, right? I also don't like it. Takes, knight e4. Rook takes. You have to take with the bishop. Bishop e4. Maybe bishop d2 is the move. Yeah, by the way, why not bishop d2? Knight e4. Rook e4 maybe. Bishop d3, rook e6, bishop e... Okay, it's some weird stuff. So this cannot be terribly wrong for Levy. Going for active move. I can easily imagine that knight e2 is going to backfire. Oh, sorry, what I'm talking about. Takes, and knight e2. Because it's very concretely running under bishop b4 and bishop c3. So with takes, knight e4, there's the threat of knight f6. Let's say bishop f6, bishop b4. There might be this shot, and white is threatened to take on f6, and black cannot recapture the queen. So that's why here takes, knight e4. Most likely, black cannot play bishop b4. So he could take on c1. The queen cannot take on c1. The bishop is hit. Bishop takes on c1. Maybe takes, and this is just equal, I think. But somehow visually, black seems to be pressing slightly here. Probably because of this pressure on the pawn on d3, like bishop c5, I don't know. No, but probably just equal. And this knight e4, I'm not so sure that with the current state of the mind that Levy is going to do it. This is simply too complex game. Levy doesn't need this today. He would maybe play this in round 1, not in round 3. Not today. Come on, Levy, you gotta get things together. I mean, it's so easy to lose the track of time here. So another 50 minutes have passed. And just like that, Levy has spent half of the time at move 15. Yeah, it's so easy. Yeah, and when you look at the what did you spend your time, you can't really explain it. I think it's just mainly tiredness and unhappiness about the way how the tournament is proceeding. These things just tend to stack up. How many games do they have to play per day? Swift is asking on Twitch. 2 games. This is game number 2 today. Yeah, I don't think that Levy's gonna play 94 here. His body language just tells something else. So he has to find the strength. At the moment, he is not there. Psychology obviously plays a huge role. I mean, you play completely differently. When you start a tournament well, you just beat somebody strong. You have a lot of confidence. And you play also completely differently when you just suffer a couple of losses. Your confidence is shaken. And you're playing a second game in a day. Obviously, you're just playing slightly different. Maybe a lot of different. Come on, Levy, you gotta make a move. What do you think Levy is thinking right now? I'm not sure he's even thinking right now. It looks a bit tilting. Ultimately, he's gonna have to gather the strength and continue the game. So this is pretty vulnerable spot for him. Maybe also it kind of answers the question if he was ready to repeat the position. I mean, we'll never know. my guess will be he wouldn't really mind it. And when his opponent rejected with the black color, again, part of psychology. $40 on the clock. Yeah, so he already has spent like 20 minutes on the move. Yeah, one thing that also it's important to understand is that players in general, they tend to make better choices when you have to choose between nice continuations. So one continuation, I'm doing slightly better. The second one, I have initiative. The third choice I have, his king is weak. And I'm looking at all these choices and everything looks really so good. So it's very pleasant to choose. And then you have the opposite when you're slightly worse. Slightly worse, but not a lot. So your choices are this position looks slightly unpleasant. The other position is my king is vulnerable. The other position is my opponent has pretty strong looking initiative. What do I choose? So it's psychologically very difficult to make those choices when you have to choose between not very appealing options and being objective. Also, one thing I've noticed a lot in Levy's games, and he is perfectly aware of this, he tends to spend way more time in a second game of the day, mainly due to fatigue. Do I think he would view this position differently if Levy was facing an 1850 player? I mean, he would probably have more confidence. Permission to go to sleep, coach. It's 2:49 in Finland. No, you can't leave. You have to see this until then. You can't leave us. Yes, permission denied. All right, Levy. 37 minutes. This is a test. I think that it's so important for him to remind that even this game, even after such a terrible start, this is part of the road. And he's right now being tested by Paraguay. And maybe actually Paraguay did this because of principle. You know, since he's perfectly aware who Levy is, so he doesn't want to give him any, you know, discounts. So just make his life as difficult as he can. Yes, Levy obviously is testing himself as well, but also Paraguay is not making his life easy because he senses Levy's vulnerability. He definitely senses it. He's too experienced a player. But again, I mean, if Levy wants to become a GM, and he definitely wants to become a GM, he has to find a way to fight these moments. And these are those moments when you're feeling unhappy, when you're feeling vulnerable, you just gotta gather the strength. I know I'm repeating myself, but Nobody can do it but Levy. All right, finally we have a move. Yeah. All right, d-dex on e4, c-dex on d4 will be played. I hope Levy plays knight e4. Do not sit here for another 10 minutes, please. Yes, knight e4 is played. I'm happy to see this. Come on, Levy, you can do it. I know that you're not happy with your game, but you gotta get it together. Yeah, so here engine gives some other plus for black, but I think it's just equal. Also, you know, it's amazing how this works. I mean, live psychology in chess is so important. Like, so many players have said it. Like, I think it was Judith Polgar who said that psychology in chess is like 40% of the result, and Levy himself said that for him psychology is 70%. And also Paragua, maybe he was like before the game not really minding. In case it goes to a peaceful outcome, fine, no problem, right? He's playing with black, he's not fighting for a norm, so fine, no problem, let's make a draw. But then he senses a weakness in Levy's game, uncertainty. He senses that Levy burns a lot of time. Now, naturally, it also increases his confidence that he can actually play this for the win. And you don't want to give your opponent this kind of confidence. That's what I'm talking about, psychology. Knight e4, the only move by Paragua. I'm not so sure. I think Rook c1 makes a bit sense here. Rook c1 also looks good. So it's either this or this. Bishop b4 in some lines also is a thing. How old was I when I became a GM? I was 29, I think. So Levy is right now about the same age. Yeah, black at the moment plays 99% accuracy. Levy is playing 97.6. All right, played very quickly. So Paragua very quickly took on e4. All right. I suppose rook e4 or rook takes on c8. There's also a rook c8 move, intermezzo move here. So can we do this, by the way? I'm not sure what it changes. Like hitting the queen first, and now I take on e4. 3 pieces are attacking the pawn. I mean, it does make quite a bit sense. Maybe after rook c8, black can take with the bishop to keep the queen at the d file. And then play bishop c5, bishop b7, something. No, it's just a3, b4, knight e2. It's just equal here. No, Levy has no issues here. I don't think so. Does Levy have any reset routine to come back to the board like after a painful loss? No. What? What's this? Okay. This is transmission error. This is transmission error. Don't you worry about this. I'm pretty sure that rook c8 happened. Somebody at the Marshall Chess Club wrongly input the moves. They're gonna fix it. You know, that's why throughout the years I have developed a small distrust to the digital boards. Because not always what you see is happening. In Italy, there was one game Levy was playing against. Who was this opponent? Jarocka, was it? When immediately at the beginning of the game, there was a result that Levy had lost the game. Although pretty obviously the game was continuing. So normally chess tournaments that are providing the broadcast, they have the so-called digital boards. So digital boards, they're pretty expensive. Chess boards, pretty expensive software, hardware, everything together. They cost quite a bit. And there's a guy, usually, who we call digital board operator. And he's making sure that all the moves are input correctly. So these blunders, they didn't happen. So what happened is rook c8 and, what happened is rook c8, queen c8, and most likely rook e4. This is the position. So the live board at the moment is wrong. All right. There's a couple of moves. I hope they fix it. Maybe I can refresh. Just a second. No, still not fixed. All right. So I'll have to do it manually. Knight e4, rook c8, queen c8, rook e4. What kind of move did Paraguay make? I quite do not see from this small window. Bishop b7. Yeah. All right, bishop b7. This is the position. Rook e1 could be bishop b4. And then you go back, rook e5. Ah, wait, but there's bishop c3. So rook e1, bishop b4, rook e5, bishop c3 could be a bit unpleasant. If you take it, black creates an outside pass pawn on c3. So you don't want to do that, and you could just play something like rook e2. Threaten with rook c2, the pawn on d4 is under attack. I can't possibly imagine how Levy could have any problems here. So he's still safe, guys. Everything is good. Just needs to play a bit faster. Did I figure out Levy's snack of choice after round 2? No, I do not know. Am I Levy's coach? You know what Levy would say to this? That's a 300 ELO question. All right, let me see if they have fixed. No, they haven't yet fixed it. Let me maybe adjust. Or maybe I shouldn't touch it. Okay, let's leave it as it is for the moment. Am I Dutch? There's a question on Twitch. No, I am not Dutch, but I play the Dutch defense. Does it count? Awesome. All right, let me just play the move. Let me see what the move he played. I do not see from this angle. Is it rookie one? Rookie one. So he is not afraid of bishop b4. Or maybe actually there's no need to be afraid. I was kind of implying that rook e2 is the better move, but maybe this is actually not a threat. Like you could go here. And after bishop c3, you could go here. I quite don't like it. It just asks for some trouble, but okay. So let's see, bishop b4. There's also, of course, the possibility for him to ignore the bishop on c3 and play like bishop a3. Let it stand there. And then play moves like knight h4, trade the bishops, play queen e2. It could be a move, by the way, just ignore the bishop. Yeah, the live board is broken. It's not getting fixed. Maybe the digital operator is unaware of the issue. Have I ever Googled myself? I think this is one of the questions from the lie detector test, no? I remember Danny Range was asked this. Has he been Googling about himself? So what did he answer? I think he lied about it, right? Of course, everybody Googles about themselves. Do you think I'm an exception? Parago play bishop e4, right? Okay, thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Because I have a... This coverage feed is like a small window, and then another small window is where Paraguay is sitting, so I'm not always seeing everything they're doing there. I just have to zoom in. So bishop e4 is played. Maybe play rook e5. But I don't think Paraguay is going to repeat the position now. Like rook e5, bishop d6, rook e1, bishop b4. I mean, if you want to draw, you could always find repetition. It's like a common joke, right? If two players, if they want to find a draw, they're going to find a way to make a draw. No matter what kind of restrictions you make. I like rook e2 here. I'm not sure why Levy played rook e1. It's just a bit strange move. Levy clearly is not himself in this game. So let's just hope that he's gonna gather the strength and survive this. All right, let's try to work out some files. Rook e2, bishop c3. How bad is this? So bishop h3 is one idea. I mean, can I play knight e4? It just looks so ridiculous. But I saw some silly lines after bishop d4, bishop d4, or was it bishop b7, queen b7, and bishop d4? You could take on d4 and rook e8. But it just doesn't feel right. I mean, it's definitely something wrong, and I already saw the evaluation bar, so no knight e4. So just a second, let me see what were the moves played. Did I miss a couple of moves? Rook e1 and... No, I didn't miss nothing. Levy, he is still thinking. He's still thinking about the choices. So here. Here. Have I done commentary like this before Levy's games? Sure, I have done a lot of commentary. I already did a commentary for Levy Spillenbergo tournament, and before that, commentaries for chess.com, for FIDE, and other parties. All right, maybe I just want to kill this bishop somehow, you know? So if I go here, I want to go here. So let's say black plays bishop a6. Knight e4 doesn't work. Knight e4, rook c3, and knight e2. I think so, at least. Yeah, queen e2, rook c8, bishop c8. Doesn't work. So here, here. This is not a threat. And this is probably simply too slow. Now, I just don't like it. So bishop c3, bishop a3, most likely. And the position is pretty unclear. Okay, what is the other choice for Paragua? Because knight e4 is kind of a threat. I mean, he could play rook d8, but no, I think he's definitely going to play bishop c3. Do I have another profession, or chess is my full-time job? Chess is my full-time job. I'm a professional Latvian. Yeah, exactly. Do I think Levy has chances in this game? For the win? No. For a draw? Absolutely. But he needs to change something rapidly. What's wrong with the live board? It's a problem. I can't fix it. Somebody messed it up in the New York City, and there's nothing I can do about it. Oh, by the way, Levy played a move. Sorry, I kind of missed it. I think it's rook e2. I quite do not see from this angle. Yeah, I think it's rook e2. Bishop c3. Makes sense. It's time to make the camera bigger and drop the live board. I don't have the template for that, unfortunately. How stable is the shelf behind me? Um, Pretty stable. You know, it actually looks worse than it is. It looks like it's tilted, but it's not. It's holding up pretty good. But thank you for asking. I mean, from this angle, I agree. It looks not very good. Do we know the actual clock times? We do. I believe this is what we're seeing on the screen. Oh, wait, Levy's clock is ticking. Oh, just a second. Let me check it. It's a fair question. Oh, I can't really tell. Just a second. Let me check from a different angle. No, I don't see. I do not see. Yeah, the clock now is wrong. What is my favorite chess memory that involves myself? My favorite chess memory. I mean, I think any chess memory is going to involve myself, no? Don't you think it's a memory? Probably something from the childhood. Most likely my very first tournament over the board, over the what over the board? Um, the first international tournament when I was 12. All right, Levy is wait. He played a move. What's the move? There's no bishop b4. He played queen a8. Queen a8. Look at that. Yeah, it's a scary looking move. And if you play knight h4, takes and takes, and I think Paragua kind of insists that he wants to play knight g5, but I don't see any mate. So just take it and play king f1 and bishop c3 and bishop c1 and white is completely safe here. No, I mean queen a8 is a nice move, but knight h4 should be pretty easy response. I don't think that Levy needs here to play something like rook c2, because this allows black to play knight g5, and now there's some problems. Like take it, and this knight is in trouble. And if you don't trade it, you go here. Oh, something is incoming here. No need to test this. So queen a8, nice idea, but knight h4 is just good. And we just saw a move. I quite did not see what move it was. Yes, it is knight h4. The live board is still not fixed. I think it's gonna be a draw. I just don't see any real plans for Paraguay here. Okay, he has like an extra half an hour most likely on the clock, but draw actually would be a pretty good result to Levy right now, because his body language in this game, I do not like it. But he's trying to fight. I mean, he's trying, but yes, this terrible start of the tournament. It's in the CAD. No, I'm not disappointed. I'm not disappointed about Levy. I just see that he's pretty unhappy. So if Levy is unhappy, I'm unhappy. Whoa, what just happened there? Our digital operator just woke up. All right. Wait, what? Is this correct move? No, he fixed it wrong. This is wrong fix. Wait. No. This is not a fix. Listen. No. This is wrong. Okay, here we go again. This is better. All right. Thank you. All right, so I assume that we can trust the clock situation. And Levy should just hold on, maybe trade the bishops, play bishop c1, put the knight back on f3. And just offer a draw. With a draw, Levy will feel better. Absolutely, I think so. Half a point out of 3 is not a fantastic feeling, Bachman is suggesting on Twitch. But it is still better than 0 point out of 3, don't you agree? You know, I can tell you a story that I will remember for the entirety of my life. I believe I was not yet a Grandmaster. Yes, I was not yet a Grandmaster. I was an international master yet. So I was not playing professionally. And I managed to qualify for a very strong round-robin rapid tournament here in Latvia. So pretty much all of the players in the round-robin, 14 players, it was the so-called super final, they were Grandmasters. Like very good Grandmasters. And I was like one of the few international masters. So I was like feeling very excited about the tournament, and I had big dreams at the very beginning. And I lost 5 games in a row. I lost 5 games in a row. And after every single loss, I started to think, I don't know how to play chess. It just, these guys are just beating me. all the time. I just don't know how to play chess at all. So then I was playing round 6, and my only goal was just to make a draw. And I did. I made a draw. I just offered it. I played the opening. I was so happy my opponent accepted. And then I recovered. So I finished the tournament with a couple of victories. I think I finished like -2. So not a terrible result, but still managed to recover. So what I'm saying is that all of us, we have been in such situations when a terrible start of the tournament, you're just not yourself. You're just playing differently. All right, rook c8 is played. Black is slightly pushing. Did I create the Latvian gambit? No, I did not. What? Who did just register under my name on YouTube? This is not me. I mean, you guys are unbelievable. Can I play rook c2 here? So with the idea to trade the pieces, and if you play bishop c3, maybe play queen c1. Yeah, it doesn't feel good. Maybe just a second. Let me try to work it out. Knight g5, knight f3 is always a threat, and also queen f3 could be a problem at some point. Guys, this is me. Levy play the move? No, not yet. Somehow I think he needs to solidify his position. Maybe indeed it's rook c2, bishop c3, and bishop c1. Get the knight on f3, maybe knight h4, knight f3, and see what happens. Now that's a pretty annoying bishop. So he can't really trade it because this would allow black to create a very strong pass pawn. Knight e4 is incoming. Maybe he could just ignore the c file altogether and play bishop c1 immediately. Why do you need to push the bishop on c3? Not really sure. Can he pressure the bishop with a3, or that's a bad move? I mean, the bishop is getting to c3 anyway. So I think what Paragua wants to do, he wants to rook e5. Rook e5? Uh, Wait, what? Rook e5 stands on the board. I do not understand this move. So he wants to deal with knight g5, but the rook at e5 is kind of disconnecting white's position. Everything is kind of disconnected. Feels like not a good move. He also tries to restrict the queen so that there's no queen d5, but apart from that, I can't really explain what the rook is doing there. Maybe bishop c3, and Levy wants to go here. Maybe this is his idea. So he is going for some activity. Aha. So this is what he wants. But if the engine marks rook e5 as a mistake, then it means there is some kind of a tactical problem. To be honest, I do not see immediately. So I think what he wants to do, he wants to meet bishop c3 with bishop a3. Go for activity, and rook at e5 is part of his way, how he's trying to be active. Oh, bishop d6 and knight g5, somebody wrote in the chat. Actually, that is quite a problem. So knight g5, how do you stop this threat? Paragua already made a move, no? Oh, bishop d6 is played. Yeah, that is what it is. Yeah, but I mean, this rook e5, it just feels not. I mean, okay, black is playing pretty accurate chess, but the Levy is just unrecognizable completely in this game. So if you want to stop knight g5, I mean, you can play bishop c1 or h4 to make sure this never happens. But again, there's a problem with the queen f3. So rook c2, bishop c3, now play bishop c1. But he probably wanted to do the same thing with the rook at e5, not with the rook on c2. So he simply missed bishop d6. I think this is strictly the only move. What do you even do here? I don't know. Just go back here. And this? Have no idea. How do you get rid of the knight on f3? You don't. Yeah, the problem is that this knight g5, knight f3 is suddenly very difficult to stop. Rook e2 is played. No, knight g5 will happen. At least Levy didn't really think about it too much, so knight g5 will happen here. So you play knight e1. This is an issue. Actually, a very big one. So here, knight f3. Do you play king h1? Oh, it just feels so bad, yeah. Oh, wait, it just loses immediately. Takes at knight e1. You can't do that. So check. Here, takes, here. Play down a pawn. Is there something else he can do? Maybe king f1 to meet knight f3 with h4. Maybe this is the way to play, but yeah, I mean, this knight on f3 is... Or maybe actually, why do all of this? Maybe just start with h4 immediately. Knight f3 and king f1. Well, no matter how this game is gonna finish, this tournament will be a lesson. Yeah, I don't really see. I don't see what else is better here. So knight g5. You gotta play h4. So knight f3, you drop the pawn for no good reason. h4, knight f3, king f1. Black could of course repeat the position, but he's never gonna do it. Maybe play bishop b4. Okay, Levy's in trouble, but what can I say? Oh dear. Can you play f4? No, I don't think so. F4, there's the same problem with knight f3. You can't play king f2, you drop the pawn on king h1, it just... Ah, maybe then you have rook f2. Just a second. So f4, knight h3, you can't play king f1, there's queen f3. Looks incredibly unpleasant. No, I mean, you can never get rid of this knight. Ever, ever, ever. It's the road, what can I say, yeah. Yeah, who could have known, right? That for some reason in the New York round robin tournament, everything is going to go so badly. We didn't expect this. No matter. No matter how the game is going to finish, Levy will recover. It's just not working his way. I told you about my terrible tournament. This, unfortunately, so far is Levy's worst tournament so far. In Spilimbergo, he already had some trouble. He had a tough start. He lost the round number 6 game against this young Indian. Not young Indian, he was just underrated Indian, Nick Hill. He recovered. But yeah, this is something else. So treat this as the step back. So we already talked about this, about the road to the Grandmaster title. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Maybe actually Spilimbergo wasn't the step back. Maybe it's this tournament. And maybe that's the kind of experience that Levy needs. I mean, definitely his confidence level right now is very low. I mean, it can't be very high, can it be? But when you look at the situation from the positive side, you can hardly start the tournament any way worse, right? So then maybe at some point later you're gonna remember, yeah, I had this terrible tournament, and you're gonna look at things differently. But let's not write down his chances in this game. It's just, yeah, it doesn't feel good. This rookie 5, rookie 2, the body language, everything, the way he has been playing this game. He obviously is gonna fight, but yeah, has to find a way to control the emotions. Losing streaks are brutal. They are. There was a question somebody asked, what happened in one of my tournaments? I already kind of said it, no? I started this rapid tournament with 5 losses. Does it make me a bad player? There was once a situation when Alexei Shirov, he was playing in the rapid tournament in Estonia. So, okay, it was a rapid tournament, but Shirov finished half a point out of 9. Half a point out of 9. Can you imagine? Shirov, he was one of the favorites. Sometimes things just do not go your way. And the opposition here is very good. So we have 3 seasoned Grandmasters. We have young talents, the youngest talents in the United States, like Liam Putnam, like Chirillov. You combine it with some bad luck or something else, some other factors, and there you go. It's a terrible start. All right, h4 is played by Levy. Is it 4 a.m. for me? No, it's technically 3:47 a.m., but thank you for asking. Knight of trees on the board. How does he get rid of this knight? Maybe king f1 and rook e4 attack the knight. So king f1, you gotta play this. I'm still hoping that this is somehow salvageable. Will I commentate all the games, no matter the score? Of course. Of course. We are gonna keep working, no matter the result. Levy's not gonna give up. Is the Reti getting thrown out? No. Today had nothing to do with any openings. It's what happened in the previous round. Apparently it hit Levy a bit harder than I thought. What is the winning idea for black? I have no idea. So I think Levy wants to play something like rook e4 to trap the knight. Maybe f5, play for some domination. f5, rook c2, rook e8, something. I don't know. Maybe position is somehow salvageable, but I like this, by the way. This question. Let me read it. This is a nice one. Alvarez also had a big setback last year, and people thought he was washed out. He made a strong comeback this year. Exactly. So, do you think bad tournaments do not happen, even to the best players? It happens. And there's many reasons why it happens. Do you think Alvarez was a bad player because he was losing his momentum? No. For some reason, it was not going for him. Usually, it's like a mix of many factors. Of course, Levy is not Alireza, but Alireza is also vulnerable of having bad moments in tournaments. So is Levy. He's just a human being. And when you get when you get 10 strong players in the playing venue, somebody will lose. Somebody will be having bad luck. Well, this time it's Levy. What can I tell you? Chess can be brutal. Yeah, also, Magnus has got terrible tournaments. Hikaru has got terrible tournaments. Nobody is immune. And it just sometimes happens. Like, you get unlucky in one game, then your mood drops. Again, something happens, you play against somebody who plays against you, the game of his life or something. Couple of losses, then you feel emotionally drained, you suffer another loss, then it's like feeling end of the world or something. So it's just a bad tournament. So what does Levy need to work on in order to win? Levy already has said this a couple of times. He needs to work on calculation. So after the New York tournament, we already have agreed that we are going to work on that. I've got access to some very nice database of many good examples. I think that Levy is going to find it useful. We have to work on the positional game, some simpler decision making. So calculation, positional chess. And maybe leave the openings alone for the moment. And I'm thinking maybe work a bit before jumping in to more tournaments. Because, yeah, this tournament is not going, so quite clearly we need to work a bit on things. So we're going to do that. It's the pressure of playing. Oh, maybe, I don't know. Actually, it's interesting you mention it. I've always playing badly here in Riga. There's exactly one tournament when I've played well. Like, I'm talking about Riga Technical University Open. We have this huge open tournament here in Riga, and I always play badly, always. And I played one good tournament. So that was whichever year it was, 2016 or something, where I shared the first place. And after that, it was a disaster. I don't know, maybe because it's home walls. So that's why sometimes it's easier to travel away and play somewhere, disconnect from everything. By the way, Levy is still not lost in this game. So let's not bury his chances, alright? The evaluation bar says that Levy is losing because black has a clearly dominant position and the knight on f3 is really powerful. But then again, black needs to somehow find a way to prove it. How do you prove it? Like, there's suggestion, rook c6, queen c8, and queen h3. What about rook e4, right? I'm going to hit the knight. What do? Do you play f5? I don't know. Okay, I can analyze some lines, obviously. All right, let's do this. So let's say queen d5. Queen d5, queen f5, queen h3. Makes perfect sense to centralize the queen. So I could go here. And if you trade it, queen f5, I don't know, queen c6. Oh, I blundered something? Oh, I blundered queen d3. Okay. Made it one, actually. Haha. Pretty funny. So, bishop e4. All right. Bishop b4 is a very human move, because he stops rook e4 with knight e2 fork. It also stops knight e1 and keeps the knight on f3. Maybe rook c2. Oh, you see, Engine doesn't like it. I mean, rook c2 is a very human move. Rook e8 something. Rook e2. I still quite do not see where's the win. a3. What is the idea of a3? Bishop c3. And play bishop c1. But then what? Ah, then you play rook e4. a3, bishop c3, bishop c1. Okay, maybe it's possible to find it. That one of bishop c1 immediately, I suppose, because of the opened c file and some lines. It's quite doesn't make any sense. Like a3, bishop c3, bishop c1. Why would you want to have the bishop on c3? I quite don't understand. a3 is on the board. Now, if Levy was able to save this, this would feel like a victory, to be honest. Let me tell you this. He really needs it. Let me check what was the engine's evaluation, engine's line after King f1. So what was it? I'm switching on the engine. So the engine says black should have played queen d5, which is a move I saw, with the idea to play queen h5, queen h3, rook c2, just rook d8. I quite don't follow. Just a second. If I go here. Oh, 91. 91, queen e1, queen h1, check, and rook e8. That's what. So you can't play 91. Rook d8. You can't play 91. You play something like bishop c1. And black just slowly squeezes you. All right. So this is the current position. Yeah, the black queen on a8 is really strong. So bishop c3, bishop c1. The question is what's going to be the follow-up. So let's say here, and black plays something like queen d5. What do you do? What do you do? Do you go rook e4? f5? Maybe not f4. Knight f4 is a move at some point. I just really hope that the longer the game continues, Levy finally within the game calms down. You know, reaches some inner peace. And then he could make a draw. And also notice this, that Paraguay is burning a lot of time. So he doesn't see a way to crash through. Could Levy consider a psychologist? Yeah, this is something Levy was considering. Working a bit on these things. The best move for engine, maybe not h2, is just because the position just repeats. From coach's perspective, where would I put my effort into learning from this? What do you mean? What I would work on, I think we already kind of have a pretty good idea what to work on. Calculation, simple decision making, and the positional maneuvering, and obviously psychology. We know what needs to be done. Yeah, the body language of Levy looks a bit better now. I agree. I agree. Because he was looking pretty terrible like half an hour ago. Now I'm having some hope for this game. Hey, Neon, you actually tagged the wrong guy. Yeah, there's some guys. Were writing in my name. All right, Paraguay is still burning time. But you know, one of the most important lessons we had in this tournament, it was in round one, when Levy he escaped trouble in the opening against Kamrakolov. He got to this position, he was having a pretty good position, but for some reason he, well, what's the right word? He froze for some reason. he had like 7 minutes versus 10. The position was pretty equal. And as he said in the recap, he didn't really know in which direction to go. So the lesson is, at least I hope so, that the next time, like this situation, if Levy manages to fight back and come back from a situation when he was pretty close to be lost, that he's not going to repeat the same mistake, that he's not going to relax, always stay focused. Levy looks a bit better now, I agree. Let's just hope that he's going to save this. This is very important for him right now. Right. All right. How do you get rid of this knight? So we looked at queen d5. Let's try to make it again work. Queen d5 is knight f4, by the way. So, yeah, by the way, just knight f4 and king g2. If the queen leaves this long diagonal, doesn't feel that bad. How does even he make a progress? Maybe f5, stopping rook e4, playing for some domination. And now play knight f4 anyway? No? No, apparently not. How about rook e7, something, and queen e2? h6 is on the board. Maybe rook e4 here. Hitting the knight. And after f5, play rook e7. With the idea to play queen e2, queen e6 something. Or maybe play rook e7 immediately. With the idea to play queen e2. Somehow I would like to have the 7th file open. So I think this makes quite a bit sense. Provoke f5, then play rook e7 so that the king is a bit more exposed for some counterplay. Maybe also at some moments there's ideas like bishop h6, start a bit really creative. I mean, black always can just force a draw with knight h2, knight f3 if he wants. I don't really see anything else. I mean, it's got to be either rook e4 or rook e7. It could be that there's... No, I mean g4 just makes no sense. Stopping at 5. Okay, rook e4 is played. I like this move. All right. Now the only move for black is a5. Otherwise, black just drops the knight. And I think this is what Paragua wants. He just included h6 so that he can play 5 later. He's a smart player. f5, rook f4. Why didn't I notice this move at all? Oh, there's knight e1. Oh, wow. I didn't even notice this. Knight e1, and queen h1. And rook e8. That just feels so bad. So f5 is gotta be... f5 is on the board. It's gotta be rook e7. Let's just hope Levy's not going to play rook f4. That would be really terrible. I mean, it's not really that difficult to find because if black doesn't play knight e1, what's he doing? Is he dropping the pawn for no good reason? So knight h2, king g1, knight f5, rook f5. Of course, you don't expect that this is ever going to happen. So is my opponent silly? Of course, knight e1. So it should be pretty obvious. Rook e7. Rook e6, I don't like it because it creates no threats. With rook e7, there's some threats here. Queen e2, and then see what happens. $10 for Levy. All right, while he's thinking, I'm going to make a short break. Be back in a minute. All right, Levy has not yet made a move. You gotta play rook e7. Rook e7 is played. What I really like it is that At the critical moment, Levy has started to pick up the only moves, and he is doing it pretty quickly. This is a good sign. He's not giving up. Also, the body language looks much better. King of Fate, I suppose, is going to be Queen E2. I mean, of course, you need to, like, make sure there's no tricks with Bishop B4. Yeah, by the way. This is a problem. So, King of Fate. And now what? Go here. King of 7. Maybe now go here. So King of 8 is a nice trap. You could have played Queen E2. Rook D7 allows 91 most likely. You cannot blunder this. So Rook E6, King of 7. And Knight of 4, really? I mean, I don't see anything else. I mean, Rook E2 just feels so bad. Everything is so tight here. Pawn B4, Queen B3 is a nice idea. Activate the Queen. But you cannot do it immediately because the Rook is under attack. So maybe here, Knight of 4. And can you play G5? It doesn't feel right. There's some threats. I mean, this is not a very human line. Black will be really scared to go here. No, I don't imagine Parago ever going here. So King goes here, King of 7, Knight of 4, G5. Queen goes here. Bishop B4, hitting the bishop, threatening to take on F4. So you sacrifice the rook. I mean, how is this not a checkmate? I don't understand. Oh, wow. Somehow it's not a mate. Okay, I don't think that anybody with black is ever going to go there. Like, at all. Rook A7. Maybe it's not a bad idea to take on F3 and then suffer this. Or maybe after Rook A7, Knight H2 check, King G1, now take on A7 and play this. Yeah, it's a line. It is a line. Black is burning a lot of time. This is good. This is good for Levy's chances. I mean, King of 8, King of 7 is pretty human. So king f8, there's this idea. Let me check what was the move. There's no moves. So Parago, I could just go here. This is an idea to sacrifice the exchange. This is the second idea. Rook e2, I just slightly don't like it, to say the least. So knight f4 with some b4, queen b3 ideas. This forces black's hand to play g5. You gotta go here. You gotta go here. I mean, I could easily imagine Paraguay stopping the line right here, not going any further. Because how can you in the right mind assess that there's no mate here? Queen, the knight, also the bishop in some lines, the king is completely exposed, and yet there's no mate. I mean, how is there no mate? There's checks, there's checks, there's checks. I would never go here for black. Let me tell you this. I would simply not do this. Check here, and check here, and check and here. I would look for something else. And that's why I think Paraguay maybe is somewhere here. He's looking at this line, knight f4, and he's trying to understand where the position leads to g5. So we might get our answers very quickly because king f8 is on the board. Yeah, I mean, this is a very difficult choice. So, takes. I assume black has to take it. I mean, black could also play for domination. Check. Takes. It could be losing, but the king is, by the way, pretty weak. You played h5 and knight f4 and queen f3. So let's say queen b7. h5. Queen d5, knight f4, a4, bishop h3. Yeah, he decided not to do it. He played rook e6. I'm not sure what I would do, tell you honestly. King f7, this is the moment of truth. King f7, there's no rook d6? I don't think there's rook d6. Again, 91. Oh wait, 91 is queen h5. Is it? Check. What is this? Don't tell me there's a rook sacrifice here. What? Really? Rook e6? Oh my god. Okay, let me just switch on the engine. Just a second. This is a bit too much. So king f7. Knight. No, rook d6. Knight e1. Queen h5. King e7. Yeah, casually rook e6. Why not? King e6, queen g6, king d7, queen g7, king c6. Oh, come on. This is never happening. This is some ridiculous engine line. Just makes no sense. Nobody thinks like this. I mean, you need to be a super GM to pick this up. So after king f7, I would say knight f4 is a bit more human. So let's say knight f4, g5. Maybe there's even this move. H takes, and now queen e2. Bishop b4. Same line, check. Takes here. We kind of saw this, but without the pawns. Check here, takes here. Knight g5. And black runs away. Wait, what? The bishop is under attack. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe this is happening. So after king f7, knight f4. What was the line again? So let's try this again. g5. I'm going to play queen e2. Threading rook e7, queen e6. If Parago is going to see this, he's simply going to go for a draw. I mean, it's just a human way to play, especially in a time scramble. It just makes no sense to play this. So bishop b4 protects the e7 square. Here's the bishop on c1, rook f6 check. I'm using no engine. I'm telling you this right now. I'm using an engine. I'm just checking what engine says. Queen e6 check. King g7. Queen g6. Here. Queen f5. King e8. Okay, and black is winning. So apparently, according to engines, it's, yeah, by the way, king f7 is on the board. According to engines, after knight f4, g5, h takes is important because now in this line, after queen e2, bishop b4, rook f6, king f6, queen e6, king g7, queen g6, king f8, and queen f5, you get access to... Oh wait, well, where was the line? Here. Knight h5, king f8, queen f5, king e7, bishop g5, and you collect the bishop on b4. I mean, who's going to calculate all of this? But it feels literally impossible. It feels impossible for Paragua to play g5 and h takes and h takes. I don't know. So knight f4, g5, takes, queen e2. Why not g takes to 4? Because it feels quite like a mate. Rook e7, king f8, queen e6, and the black has to force a draw. I don't know who would pick this up in the world. But Levy has to try this. He has to try knight f4. Engine says rook d6 is the best move. Maybe. But this is terrible, clearly. Queen e2 is also a move. Knight f4. I don't know what Levy's going to do. Yeah, but all of these moves look tempting. Queen e2 or knight f4 and rook d6. Levy's trying to calculate all of this. After queen e2, bishop b4, I cannot take on b4 because you see there's this check on c1. You got problems. Big problems. So this bishop b4 is an important resource, stopping rook e7 check and also hitting the bishop on c1. So I think that knight f4 has to be played. Rook d6 might also work, but rook d6 is a bit inhuman. I just don't see the next move. Knight f4 is like, okay, whatever. You can't really calculate, but you just hope it's gonna work it out. Like knight f4, queen e2, sack the rook, play queen e6, stuff like this. Yeah, knight f4, g5, takes. Oh, by the way, Hikaru's in the chat, so Hikaru could answer. How easy do you think it is? This line: queen e2, bishop b4, rook f6, king f6, queen e6, king g7. Would you go here if you're playing with black? I mean, obviously, you would say you would calculate this, but I find it to be incredibly scary. I think black will play it. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the option is to repeat the position with knight h2, knight f3. Maybe he will play, but I would be super scared. And also the clock situation of 10 minutes doesn't help. Yeah. All right. Knight f4 and g5 is played. And queen e2 is played. Now. Oh, wait. He did not take on g5. Oh, wow. He did not take on g5. Okay, but come on. It's so difficult to understand it. So, Levy is going all in with rook f6 and queen a6 idea. I mean, this entire sequence, I'm not sure how human was it. g5 takes, queen e2, bishop b4, rook f6, king f6, check here, and understand that in this line, knight h5, queen takes it, and understand after king e7, bishop g5 takes, the bishop on b4 is under attack, and yet this is somehow great for black. I don't know. I mean, it's very difficult to understand it. I'll tell you honestly, I don't understand it myself, and even this position, by taking on b4, that black is somehow better because the king is exposed. There's a lot of checks. So h takes on g4 was a necessity. So maybe Levy's only hope here is that Paragua will be afraid of these tricks and he's going to go for repetition. That's what we are hoping for, that Paragua will be unable to calculate, that he'll be afraid and he will repeat the position, because I don't think he wants to lose this game. Knight e2 check, by the way, is also a move with the idea to give a mate on h1, but I mean, white just plays king g1, so I don't see what it changes. It would be really good if Paragua would sit on this position for something like 6 minutes. If he is going to spend the next 6 minutes and not play bishop b4 with g takes on f4, I think the chances for Levy to escape him with a draw dramatically increase. So again, Apparently, the winning line is bishop e4 check, defending the e7 square, hitting the bishop on c1. But you see rook f6. You see rook e7. Okay, rook f6 really scares you. So check here. Check. 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 There's so many checks, right? Okay, this check maybe is not so dangerous because you can just play king h8, knight g6, king g8, queen e6, king g7. There's no mate. I mean, you can calculate this, but you're still scared. Like this check. You go here. Like this check. Do you avoid all the checks? Yeah, I agree that if you don't see a mate for white, you probably play bishop b4, but I think the chance is very real that knight h2 and knight f3 is going to happen. Yes, I agree. At least once. You can always do this to gain the valuable time. I think Levy's body language just tells nervousness. I don't think he knows what happens here. And Levy's very nervous here. Which, by the way, is a good thing. Because early in this game, his body language was pretty bad. Right? He was so disconnected from the game. Now he has a realistic chance to save this game. Yeah, the bar obviously says that black is completely winning, but thank goodness people are playing here. All right, let's try to work it out again. Bishop e4. So bishop e4 makes sense. Hit the bishop on c1. And g takes in the 4, you want to eliminate the knight. So you're looking at this as the prime move. Take it. Queen e6. King g7. This is forced. Queen d7, you work it out. Knight h5 scares you. Queen g6 scares you. So let's say queen g6. I think this would be scaring me the most. So king f8, queen f5, king e8. And there's a move. Bishop b4 is played. Oh, that is not great. He's fearless. Yeah, he's a fearless player. So rook e7, I don't think it works. Bishop e7, queen e6 is simply king e8, so you gotta play rook f6. Bishop b2, I don't think it works because this knight is more important for the attack than the bishop. Let's keep our fingers crossed. So Levy has yet to make a move. Bishop b2. All right. Yeah, by the way, there's the a takes on b4 idea as well. Completely forgot about it. So G takes, A takes. How is this so clear, by the way? And rook f6 and bishop d4 somewhere. By the way, Levy found something I did not consider. It could be. It's an interesting idea. Just a second. So let's say G takes, A takes, and now black needs to remove the knight to give a checkmate on H1. Maybe some sort of knight G5 makes sense. It makes perfect sense, but the bar hates it as usual. Like rook e7 and queen e5 is the move. Okay, the engine, I just switched the engine. The engine says queen h5 and h takes and g5. I'm not sure. I think something like rook e7 and queen e5 most likely could be played unless there's a mate. Most likely there's a mate somehow. So Levy has 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Knight h2, knight f3, by the way, still a possibility. But I think black already made up his mind. G takes on f4 is played. A takes on b4 has to happen. Maybe knight h4 with the same idea, but again, you're afraid of rook e7. I would say knight g5. Because after rook e7, king g6, my king is feeling a bit safer. Oh wait, actually I blundered the mate. Even I can choose bishop d4 also as a mate. Check here and king f8. And how is this a mate? Oh, that's how. Check here, rook c2. Okay, got it. All right. Yeah, either knight h4, knight g5. I think knight g5 is a bit more human. Knight h4 is very concrete. Now actually Levy could reject the repetition with knight f3, king d1. I don't think he would do that, but two minutes for the first time in a long time. Parago has less time on the clock. Come on, Parago, it's your time to make a mistake now. Maybe he has been fighting back. He didn't fight all this way to lose this until at the very end. Less than 2 minutes for Paraguay. So he's choosing right now between knight g5 and knight h4. I would say knight g5 most likely. So Angel was giving some... Yeah, this is not very natural, I agree. Knight g5, queen h5, king e6, and h takes on g5. This is what the engine says. Good luck fighting this, and even this is losing, so... Even though the king's exposed. But knight h4 is just outright scary. Although rook e7, king f8, right? It's just one check, really. Knight h4, rook f6, check, bishop d4. You want to make sure you're not losing this suddenly. Less than 1 minute for Paraguay. Queen d5. That's a nice centralizing move, which marks as a miss. So Paraga decided to play safe. Rook takes on h6. Now it's strictly the only move. And Levy is back in the game. I mean, rook h6, you gotta play this because rook is under attack. Rook e7 gives you nothing. Does it give nothing? I mean, there's king f6 something. Check here, remove the rook, and then play queen e7. No, this is not an easy move at all. I mean, you want to give a check on e7, so Levy has 2 minutes to figure this out. Rook h6, where's the idea to give a... the idea is to take, give a check on h7, then play queen e7. So it does make a bit more sense than rook e7 and the same idea. No, I think he should pick it up. He should pick it up. So rook h6, rook e8 also is a move, but you give rook h7 check, king f8, rook h8, so it doesn't work. Now, rook h6 is very much possible. All right. So he didn't find it. So black is now to play king f6. King g6 is also a move. King g6, rook e6, the position just repeats. I have already switched on the engine. King f8 is the move as well. This is probably the most human move. But again, rook h7, rook a7, they're moves you have to consider. King f6. Parago plays the best move. Rook h7, I suppose. And now knight e5. This is what Angel likes with queen h1 checkmate idea. Yeah, this knight on f3 is so annoying here. Rook h7, knight e5 is the best move according to Engine. I mean, you gotta do something. Rook takes on a7, I don't like it. I mean, the rook is so far away. This at least generates some checks around the king. Knight h2, knight f3, of course, always might happen. I mean, but Levy could walk... wait, he cannot walk away. There's queen b3 always. Both players less than 1 minute. You gotta try rook h7, Levy, here. Is there something else? Like g takes f4 or something? Is this something Levy's looking at? It could be. By the way, g takes f4 is also a move. 23 seconds. Twelve seconds. Rook h7 is on the board. Now 50 seconds for Parago to respond. So he could repeat the position a couple of times. This is what people are usually doing at any level to gain valuable time so that they can use this time to make sure they're making the right choices. Knight e5 is the best move according to the Engine. Knight h2 repeats. Knight e2 also repeats. King g6, I suppose it's rook e7. Oh wait, there's even queen e7, what I'm talking about. So queen e7, of course. Knight e5 is on the board. It makes sense. It disconnects the white queen from the rook and also threatens with queen h1 checkmate. So king g1. Is the only move. Black can still make mistakes. So king g1 is played, and Paragok has 30 seconds to make the next move. Super tricky position here. And of course we lost the video feed, which is pretty normal. We're used to that. Sorry guys. So Paragok has 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Just go for repetition. We don't have a move. Rook e8. Huge move. After queen h5, I suppose knight f3 and rook e1 is the checkmate threat. Rook h6, king g7, whatever happens after that. Yeah, my video feed died. I have no time to refresh. Because we're running it with the delay anyway. 1 second for Levy. Rook h6 with 1 second played. Rook h7, by the way, is the move. King h7, queen h5, and queen e8 is the move. Let me see if I can fix the camera. Rook h7 is played. Not sure I will be able to find it. I don't know if this is the actual moment or one of the moments when Levy played rook h7. 30 seconds for Paragua. The point is king h7, queen h5, queen e8. The rook on e8 is under attack. King g8 is rook h8 as well. Paragua takes on h7. Now it's a draw. According to engines, it's a draw. Queen h5, queen e8 is just a draw. Check, king g7, queen e8, knight e3. Obviously, the game could still continue for a while. I'm just hoping for this long and grueling game finally finish in a draw. Queen e8 is played. At least Levy is not getting a mate. Knight f3, king f1, knight h2, king g1. I think we deserve this. $35 for Paragua. Obviously, there's knight ace on d3 as well, but now the pace of the game is completely different. He doesn't look very happy. He's considering going for the draw. No, he's going to fight until the end. He plays knight e3. What a fighter. Queen e7 should be logical. Black gonna play queen f7 because of bishop d4. Queen e7 and h5 somewhere. I mean, definitely Paragua deserves a lot of respect from the audience because he keeps fighting, not going for a draw. So queen e7 is played, king g6, I suppose will be played as well. Now there might be h5 check, and you need to give smart checks to collect the pawn on d4, so Levy should be able to save this game with a draw. Maybe even more, who knows? I mean, this is a time scramble. Now that would be totally crazy. So king g8, now the position repeats. Queen e8 check. I don't think Levy can afford to do anything more than just fight for a draw because the bishop on b2 is under attack by the knight. This is the best position he had the entire game, basically starting with move 5. Queen e8 check is played. Now the question is, can black play king h7 here? Probably the same idea, queen e7. The position repeats. The position repeats, dear viewers. Levy plays queen e7 check. King g8. I think we're seeing the final moves of this very exciting, crazy game, which is going to finish with a draw. Most likely, queen e8 check. Draw agreed. Bravo. Bravo, Levy. You know, I think that this draw is worth a victory. You gotta agree, dear viewers. Because what Levy was doing today, that was, oh my goodness, this was so tough. He needed this draw. He really needed this draw because if he would have lost the third game in this tournament, this could have been really a disastrous tournament. And at times, really, after the middle game when he played this rook e5, I thought it's over. It just didn't feel good. Levy found a way to fight back in this game with this crazy tactical idea. And again, you have to go back. This insane moment, Levy picked an idea I did not even consider myself. This bishop b2 was a very nice idea. To take on b4, queen d5 apparently was a miss. So according to engines, knight takes on h4 or knight g5 was still winning. Paraga didn't find it. Now Levy here missed some opportunities to play rook h6 immediately. By the way, it would have been a draw. But I mean, it's so difficult to be accurate when you're playing in time scramble. And apparently from afar, Paraga simply missed this drawing idea, rook h7. I think he thought that he's winning here after king g7. Because he thought queen h5 is going to be a mate, knight f3, rook e1 checkmate on the board. So he simply missed rook h7 check. What a move, what a game. Whew. All right. So what does it mean? It means that Levy in the tournament finally scores points. It was a very rough start, and I think this is exactly the kind of change we needed to stop this losing streak. So Levy no longer has a chance to get a GM norm in this tournament because he has only half a point out of 3. He suffered losses in the first 2 rounds, so the norm would require 70 points out of 9. But I mean, you gotta agree, dear viewers, I think this was the critical game, again, to boost a bit some of the shattered confidence for Levy, and he's gonna be back, definitely. And I'm very, very happy to see that he survived this. All right, listen. What a day it was. And it's 5 a.m. here in Riga. Feeling a lot of adrenaline. And I would like to congratulate all the fans who believed in Levy even at the moment when everything seemed to go against him. So, feels good. Feels good, really. So I'm saying goodbye to you. I'll be back today, actually. I mean, for me, it's 5 a.m. So I'll be back in 14 hours, if I'm not terribly mistaken. Yeah, 14 hours. I'm not sleeping, okay? If somebody is curious if I sleep. No, I never sleep. So I'll just go chill somewhere. I'll be back in the 14 hours. So have a great day. Congratulations for staying so far. And I'm also happy for Hikaru that he drove 3 hours to see the finale. I think it was worth it. So thank you for watching the show and just get out of here. Take care.